Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. I trust you are well and feeling welcomed here because you are. I would like to begin with an invocation of the Gayatri mantra. So if you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Om Bhurvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om. Thank you. Welcome, dear Sky Guardian G. You are very quick. Indeed, the first one here. As we continue to welcome our first guests, allow me to set the intention for this space as being an all-inclusive one for everyone to express themselves freely. I trust that regardless of the circumstances of life, which are different for all of us, we find some unity beneath this material existence and seek refuge in what is one within our spiritual existence. So I hope we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, share positive sentiments, and relate in one another's experience. Namaste, dear Doom Knight. Hello. Namaste, Chloe. Welcome, dear Crossfires. You are early. Yes, you are. Welcome. Hello, Assad. May you be feeling as well as you can in this moment. And even if what you are feeling is not comfortable, may you find acceptance in what cannot be controlled and empowerment in what you do have the ability to create change with. Well, happy to be here. I'm honored to have such a diversity of wise guests as always. Thank you for having me. Namaskar, dear Ragnhildar. Assad, you ask if I've ever looked into Islam. I am familiar with the message of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and I love his unification of so many different forms of the divine under one broad, formless title of Allah. I think that speaks to the nature of Brahman as being beyond form, and yet through which all forms, such as our own, are created. Hello, dear Yana. Thank you for being here with love, as always. And I continue to love to see the unity in different faiths and traditions. Thank you, dear Lionhead, for the heart me you sent. Ariom Tatsat. Thank you, dear Assad. I hope to be doing these live streams as often as I can. Welcome, dear Gaisar Dachak. I hope you are well, my friend. And hello, Jan. I have a question for all of you. Today I'm wondering, what could others understand about you better? I feel as though there's always more room for understanding. I think we're all just a little bit misunderstood, to be honest. And I think we definitely deserve the chance to express something of our own, which be more understood. So what about you? Would you like the world to know, or even just someone, anyone? That's a great question, dear Prad. Do we even understand ourselves? Quite the question. Doom Knight, do you share? literally anything. I like how you invite understanding on all levels. Hello, dear Wendy. You ask about the ether. What would you like to talk about the ether with? Sky Guardian, you share that you are Sri Krishna. Of course, he revealed this in the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna is the Antaryami, the innermost dweller, the I am, the Paramatma, the higher self of all beings, including you, my friend. Dear Assad, you share that others can understand parts of us that we ourselves are yet to understand due to an external viewpoint. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, dear Truth Seeker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaste, dear Anna. Yes, space is what fills, or the ether is what fills space, indeed, dear Wendy. That is the Akash, the intermediary of this whole cosmos, from which the other elements arise. First, Vayu, air, then Tejas, fire. From fire comes Apas, water, and from water comes Prithvi, earth. You would love for others to understand your deep sense that there is a God that made us, watching everything we do, feeling everything we feel. Cosmic witness, I love that. Dear Karma Avatar, you ask if I can talk about Pitru Paksha. I'm unfamiliar with Pitru Paksha, but I assume that the word Pitru refers to, is it father? Is this one of the words for father in Sanskrit? I forget, you'll have to remind me. Or is it son? Pitru is son, I think. I can't remember. You'll have to tell me. Hello, dear Violet. Jake, you wish for others to understand that you love them. That's very beautiful. Dear Karen, you ask if my parents feel the same as me. Well, we're different people, but there are many things that we agree on and many perspectives that I have that my parents are less experienced in, and there are many perspectives that my parents have that I am less experienced in. A beautiful, beautiful mantra, dear Chloe. Medicine Buddha mantra. Dear Prad, you share that it would be nice if the world just knew that everyone was trying their best. I love that. That's very wholesome. Dear Phil, you share that you are happy inside and not angry. I love that. You are congratulating my pronunciation, dear Sky Guardian. I've lost the context now of what I've pronounced, but if you are being sincere, thank you. Teresa, you wish for others to understand that your hypersensitivity is your superpower and not a burden. I love that. Truth Seekers, you share that Pitrus are our ancestors. Ah, yes. Thank you. Well, that solves the mystery of one of them, but Paksha, now I wonder. Pitru Paksha. Dear Ragnhildur, you share that others could understand a combination of complicated health problems and that you do what you can as a part of you. I wish this for you too. Namaste, dear G to Infinity. The letter P, you ask, how do you go about living when there's so much suffering and you feel so deeply about it? That's a beautiful thing, that empathy. And if you let it weigh down on you, then you're forgetting that you are the light which can illuminate that darkness. You are not a part of that which is suffering. You are love. You are peace itself. That is the essence of your being. So you are here to feel and experience the darkness, but only so that you know how much your light can accomplish by shining the way for others as we walk the path side by side. Dear Prad, you ask, what about me? What would I want others to understand? I will answer after I hear from all of you. Dear Teresa, you ask in which language I speak. It's so vibrant. It is a very vibrant language. Thank you, dear Loopy Lane, for your friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And dear Kev, thank you for your heart me and septet of roses. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. It is the ancient language of Sanskrit. Dear Kev, you would like for others to understand that you can be silly. I like that a lot. Hello, dear Shakira. Dear HHHHHHH, you ask, in Hinduism or Buddhism, do you have to work to receive the grace of God? And what happens if your work is bad? Great question. Very different answer for Hinduism and Buddhism, since Buddhism is non-theistic. Not atheistic, something called non-theistic, which means that it leaves that up to the individual. It doesn't provide an answer about divinity for you. In other words, Buddhism can complement someone's theistic practice, or they can leave that absent. It's up to the individual. For Hinduism, there's also a similarly vague answer because it's so broad and there is no one set of principles that defines the entirety of it. There's many different paths that you can take, all under one umbrella term of Hinduism. I heard a great quote about that recently, that Hinduism is not a religion, it's an encyclopedia of religion, which means that every aspect of religion can be found somewhere in Hinduism. An encyclopedia. That's pretty fun. But generally speaking, yes, there is an element of grace that happens that we have to apply effort for, and that's the sadhana, that's the spiritual practice. One has to prepare themselves for spiritual transcendence. Especially in Bhakti Yoga, along the path of devotion, that final grace is said to be entirely given by the divine. It is not attained by the individual practitioner. However, other traditions like Vedanta, they say that even the divine is an instrument of our own machination, and therefore we are using that for our transcendence, like a tool of our cultural creation. The forms of the divine specifically. So it very much depends on the path that you take. But what happens if your work is bad? That's one of the biggest differences between Western religion and Eastern religion, is that there's very little room for the concept of sin or any kind of bad work, because, well, most Hindus just don't believe in a God that will punish you for your wrongdoings. They believe in a God that understands that you're only human, and if you make mistakes, then the mess you find yourself in is your own creation, and so you have to figure that out. But there's not really a concept of wrong actions or moral corruption. There's just a sense of natural tendencies towards material pleasures that is a challenge for us to transcend individually, but we may call upon the divine to help us and have trust in the fact that it is a process of learning lessons rather than punishment or reward. But absolutely everyone is destined for moksha, enlightenment. I hope that answers your questions, or perhaps invites even more of them. Either way, I'm happy to explore this concept together. Back to the question of the day. Dear G2 Infinity, you had shared that at times you are an enigma, even to yourself. I like that. Dear Everybody Loves Raven, others could understand that you love truth, no matter if it's difficult to hear. So bear with your questions and we'll get there. I love that. And dear Kev, you add that you can be a mystery wrapped inside an enigma. Dear Wendy, you share that you like journals and lots of spiritual time with a mirror. Very beautiful. Thank you for your love to the world, dear Kev. Another Kev, dear Kevin Padre, you ask my thoughts on purgatory. It's a very interesting concept of a kind of in-between realm between the present life and the afterlife. I'm not so familiar with purgatory in its literal form as we understand it in English, but there's an overlap with the concept of the astral realm that we experience according to Vedic scriptures in between our life and our next incarnation, which sounds a lot like that purgatory state. But it's not as scary, I think. Purgatory sounds like it's very, very idle and monotonous, this monolithic feeling of loneliness, of being in a waiting room. Whereas the astral world is full of activity. It's the same world that we experience in our dreams, so lots of experiences to be had. Just that there's less object permanence in our dreams, but it's still as meaningful. All of our senses still operate in dream. Our sense of sight, our sense of sound, taste, smell, and touch. We can experience spiritual moments. We can experience scary moments. We can learn new things. It's actually very similar to the waking state. Just as I said, with less object permanence. Welcome, dear Ashley. Dear Wendy, others could understand your potential, and I love that. Dear Anna, you share vairagya and viveka. Those are great Sanskrit terms. Dispassion and discrimination. Important virtues on the spiritual path. Dear Sky Guardian G, others could understand that you wish people knew that you bring people to the ashram, not to convert, but just because you want to share. And people misunderstand you when you bring people there and think you're trying to show off. This is something I know you struggle with, and it is my wish also that people realize how just full of love for things you are, and you wish to share that love for others. And hello, dear Angel. Welcome, you Gray. You wish people could understand that you're just passionate. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And dear Loopy Lane, you had shared that purgatory must feel like being in jail without a release date. That sentiment does come across to me too. Yeah. And dear Magdalene, you share not having the approval of those who are unable to understand you. That is powerful stuff right there. All right. Thank you for, well, your vulnerability, everyone, as we explore this question. It is a personal question, so I'm grateful that we got to explore some of the misunderstood parts of ourselves. My answer to the question of the day is that there isn't much to understand about me. People are always trying to understand me, but I don't know why they're trying so hard. There's not much to understand. Beingness in its simplicity is not easily graspable when there's nothing to grasp. So, you know? We're all trying to put each other in boxes, categorize each other, just so that our worldview is stable. But imagine if it were impossible to fit anyone into a box, that there truly is no way to intellectually grasp at any term that could possibly define anyone. Then there is nothing to understand. There is only just a being to be present with. Isn't it so? Dear Uso, you ask, I've never been damaged? Well, my body and mind have certainly been through heaven and hell. But me, the soul, the spirit, the consciousness, that has remained the same for eternity, hasn't it? Hello, dear Rob. You share that you've just got a new kitten, and her name is Penny. Oh, well, hello, dear Rob and dear Penny. She may be a fraction of a dollar, but in our heart she is worth more than money can buy. She is priceless. I remember my mom told me I was priceless once, and I cried. I said, that means I'm worthless. I'm priceless. She said, no, it means you're worth more than anything. Welcome, dear Ragnhildur. Yes, we are just being here. Hello, Jay. And hello, dear Marcy. Dear Robert, you wish that people would understand that you don't have an agenda when you treat people nice. You're not flirting. Yes, that is one of the hardest things about our culture, is that kindness seems to come with expectations, and when it doesn't, we just assume that it does. Makes it very difficult for people whom could have romantic attraction for each other to just genuinely and platonically share what they like about each other without people questioning their intentions or each other. That is something that is capable of changing as we just become more selfless with our compliments. Dear Angel, you had shared that you wish people understood that you have a hard time with your words when they randomly talk to you, you guess. There's so many things you could say, though. Words are messy. Well, in the English language, we've definitely made a mess out of them, haven't we? Dear Tu Nom, If there's another way to pronounce your name, do let me know. You ask, do I find it more pragmatic as a teacher to avoid questions about my personal relationships? Not at all. I'm a transparent book. Please ask away. I believe that my personal life is one that we can all find, well, experience in. And I assume the same is true for everyone. But I trust that other people have reasons to stay private. Me, on the other hand, I am happy to dive into my own life so that we may explore the experiences I've had. But I don't consider myself a teacher. I may be the host of a live stream, but I'm very much a student, like everyone. You ask, have I ever been in love? Of course, every moment. Something to love. But you're asking about romantic love, and yes, that too is something I've experienced. I've also learned that romantic love is heartbreaking. And if we want our heart to be fully expressive, then I have found one of the most amazing ways to do so, and that is to love everyone with equal intensity, and thus our heart becomes fully vibrant in its ability to include everyone in the field of our love. Dear Andrew, you share that you're teaching 7th grade language arts and 8th grade algebra this year. And you add to that our language stinks. P.U. That's what I say every time I smell a word from English. Thank you, dear Liz, for your rose and little crown and heart me. Hare Krishna. Actually, what I love about English is that it's so messy. It's a language that does not conform to structure. No matter what rule we impose, English says, but, well, or perhaps. There's always some exception. And that makes English exceptional. And I think that speaks to me, because I also don't conform to rules or structure. And any sort of universal law that comes my way, I say, but, well, perhaps. I'm unfamiliar with that, dear Dunam. Now, I would love for us to read from another section of this book, which is Hollywood to the Himalayas. Very grateful for dear Sky Guardian G for sending us this book our way. As a trigger warning, it touches upon our author's very real experience with mental health and particularly eating disorder. So if those topics are very sensitive for you, then please feel free to come back in a few minutes. Otherwise, I hope that you find a story that resonates with you, because it's a happy story in which our author, dear Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, journeys from the material west to the spiritual east and finds a lot of healing and transformation. Here we begin chapter 2, called We Have to Go to India. This is the spring/summer of 1996. India, Jim said. We have to go to India. I believe Jim is her husband at the time. Oh God, I thought, standing in our kitchen in the suburb of Millbrae, west of San Francisco International Airport, conveniently located between Palo Alto, where I was getting my doctorate in pediatric neuropsychology, and San Francisco, where Jim was getting his master's in East-West psychology. I was holding a bowl of extra firm tofu chunks and homemade teriyaki sauce ready for skewering and barbecuing. Seriously? Memories of our year in Ecuador flashed back. Children in the burn unit of the hospital where I'd volunteered. A facility that might have been created for a Twilight Zone episode. Babies in diapers overflowing with feces screaming while nurses sat by polishing their fingernails and watching telenovelas, soap operas, on a small black and white TV with rabbit ear antennas. Beautiful young children burned by exploding gas canisters, their moms cooked dinner on, or from falling into vats of boiling water, children electrocuted while reaching playfully to touch exposed electrical lines. Jim and I had traveled to Ecuador the year after I graduated from Stanford, so he could teach English. An opportunity for him to travel, explore, and serve. He's a year older than me, and he wanted to join the Peace Corps after his graduation. Instead, he stayed back to wait for me to finish my last year. All my previous travel had been in Europe. Vacations with my parents, summers in Switzerland, a trip to France, my last year of high school. Traveling in the third world hadn't even occurred to me. Over lunch breaks in high school, my friends and I would weave fantasies of romance on Greek isles, lying on white sand beaches while modern Adonisis rubbed tanning oil on our backs. We never gave a thought to poorer parts of the world. But I was in love with Jim and aware of the sacrifice he'd made by postponing his stint with the Peace Corps to wait for me. Plus, I had no intermediate plans after graduation and didn't know what I wanted to do. A year abroad teaching and exploring sounded like an adventure. Teaching, I discovered, came incredibly easily. I could draft lesson plans on the school bus in the morning or on Sunday evenings for the week ahead. I loved my classes and the students, but I had too much free time. We returned home each afternoon by 3, and I grew tired of backgammon afternoons with the din of honking horns in Quito's traffic. One day, while walking through our neighborhood, I discovered the local state-run children's hospital and learned that they needed volunteers in the burn unit. I soon began filling my afternoon changing diapers and rocking young children to sleep. I barely spoke Spanish, so I couldn't communicate verbally, but it didn't matter. The children craved only touch. Staph infections were rampant, and each day I arrived to learn that 3 or 4 children had died the night before. "I don't think you can take this," Jim told me one night as I sobbed over yet more deaths. Other than my students at the school and our weekend trips to Baños, a quaint mountain town named after its hot springs, I had a few fond memories from our year in Quito. Now, India? I didn't know anything about India, other than how much I loved Indian food. I had been a vegetarian since age 15, and Indian restaurants were always my first choice. I didn't have to grill waiters in languages I don't speak. Indians understood vegetarianism. There was no stealth chicken stock, beef bouillon cubes, or oyster sauce in the soups or stews, no eggs in the pasta or naan. But there was an Indian restaurant on our corner in Millbrae, so why go to India? Jim was on a spiritual quest. We often went to meet gurus visiting the San Francisco Bay Area, and he had a small shrine in our apartment where he meditated every morning. To me, the only enjoyable part about the excursions to meet the gurus was the food they served. Sweet, milky chai in styrofoam cups, along with crispy samosas with tangy mango chutney. The singing and prayers didn't move me. I sat through them, trying to connect with the music, but really waiting for it to end so we can go and eat the samosas, drink the chai, and go home. As I got ready to go to class each morning, Jim sat at his shrine, meditating to Indian chants playing on a nearby cassette. The music was nice, but I never thought of closing my eyes or singing along. The shrine Jim had created, populated with pictures of Indian masters, incense, and paraphernalia, did not entice me to join him. "This is spirituality," Jim explained. "I'm going to get enlightened." Since reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance in college, Jim had immersed himself in the pursuit of expanding his consciousness. He spent afternoons doing past life regressions and practicing lucid dreaming, and weekends doing holotropic breathwork to access higher states of consciousness. If there was one thing that interested me, it was Andrew Harvey's mellifluous. I've not heard this word before, but it's a great one. Mellifluous voice speaking about Rumi or Ramakrishna. I had a crush on Andrew and wished he would just keep speaking into my heart forever. None of the rest touched me. I wanted to be inspired and enlightened as much as Jim did, but the actual desire for it just didn't come. Jim explained that shrines and chanting and gurus are the stuff spirituality is made of, and we came to a shared understanding that I simply wasn't spiritual. So, India? After my brain's instinctive rebellion against suffering in another poor and distant country, I assuaged myself with the idea of going to Pune to study yoga with BKS Iyengar. I was already practicing yoga. I loved studying Iyengar yoga in San Francisco, but I knew the rules. You had to have attained a level of proficiency far greater than mine to study with Iyengar in Pune, so that was off the table. Jim remained adamant. We had to go to India. These are nice short chapters. That's the end of chapter 2 already. So thank you for listening. We'll explore where this backstory leads us in our next reading session, particularly towards the end of our live streams. Thank you for listening. Namaste. So, our dear author, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati, she is off to India with her husband Jim, who are driven by psychology, and he is on a spiritual quest which she is being dragged along for the ride with. Thank you, dear Rob, for the rose you sent while we read. Saraswatyai Namaha. Thank you, dear Sufi Siddhu, for your pair of roses too. Om Praum Hanumate Namaha. Now we can open up our Saṅgha to discuss whatever is in our hearts and minds. Dear Loopy Lane, you shared that way back in Goa you got fat eating banana pancakes and golfi. That sounds delicious. Mellifluous. It's a good word. Have I been to India? Oh, my heart surely has traveled from the Himalayas down to Sri Lanka, but my body has yet to catch up. Hello, dear Lissa. You share that you have the same shirt. It's a nice one. Good shade of black and gray. What a beautiful sentiment, dear Kev. May the fields of heaven feed your eyes forever. I love that. And welcome those who joined while we were reading. I hope you are feeling as well as you can. Dear Uso, you share that in Goa you can have a #1 steak dinner in Arambol. I could never. In India, cows are our mother. She is sacred, like all of life. I have discovered that the body does not do well in the long term when inviting the aspect of violence into our system. Though I cannot judge anyone that does, since what they put into their body is their right. I know that for me personally, sattvic foods are very well suited for the spiritual path. Dear Kiki, you share that India is your favorite place. That's beautiful. I think there is no greater gift to the world than the spirituality that has come from what presently today we call India. But I'm not talking about the country. I'm talking about the geography. Just so happens that today our geography is associated with whatever government has authority over that region, but I'm talking about the natural landscape itself. There's a spirituality that emerged from the Himalayas and further south as this continent smashed into the Asian continent, creating such a tapestry of expression. Very beautiful. Dear Maxter, you had asked, what languages do I speak? Well, when I was a kid, I would speak fluent baby talk. No one could figure out the beauty of baby talk besides other babies, and I had to give it up for a less precise language of English. But baby talk will always be my native tongue. And I will always resort back to it when English words fail. You know, you might hear every time I finish up trying to pronounce a word in English that I can't. Try to pronounce cinnamon. Just go blah 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 blah. That's how you say cinnamon in baby talk, actually. See, most people think that you're just finding your tongue again, finding the right pronunciation, clearing out whatever was stuck at the tip of your tongue, but actually it's just reverting back to baby talk so we can convey it more effectively. Dear Doom Knight, you shared that you've traveled through the poorest cities in India. That's beautiful. I'm sure that you got to see such a culture that is so unheard of in the West. Poor people, but with the highest of spirit, the most indomitable of wills, mothers doing everything they can to feed her children, no matter what it takes. Even if it costs her life. It's very beautiful. Nepal is a very beautiful country too. Something special is certainly there in the Himalayas. I like your multiplication, dear Vincent. Om Shanti times 3. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. And thank you, S333, for the rose you sent to. Radhe, oh Radhe. And dear Jason, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Babies. They have such a wealth of joy within them. People say we are born with nothing. But through life, we work hard to gain everything. I think, in many ways, the reverse is true. That we are born with everything. We work so hard to end up with nothing. And what I mean by that is, we are born with an infinite source of love within us, of joy, of peace and bliss. And let us hope that we leave the world with all of that. As much of that we can leave the world with. Let us try our best. This is a new mantra for me, dear Sky Guardian. Hari Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namah Hari Om. Much love to you. Enigma-Gon. That's my favorite polygon. See, there are hexagons with 6 sides, pentagons with 5, decagons with 10, dodecagons with 12. But an Enigma-Gon? We don't know. A polygon with a mysterious amount of sides. Who knows? Indeed, we are born with a pure soul, dear Crossfires. Hello, dear Luna. Thank you for visiting. Given you share life as a way of wearing a person down, it does. It is no doubt that as we get older, we are faced with more and more elements outside our control. There are wounds which our bodies and minds are healing from, and a reality of suffering that we can largely do nothing about. But if one stays confident in their spirit, through life, instead of being weighed down, by the end of it, you'll be a fully blossomed human being. But that happens very rarely. If one is stubborn enough to never let your innocence be taken away, then instead of this world becoming like sandpaper to you, you become like sandpaper to the world, and what's left is a smoother place with less friction, for things to slide by each other with more freedom. So let us wear life down. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for the flowers you had shared. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. Thank you, dear Luna. Peace is available. Jayla, you ask if we could scratch the mic for some ASMR. I don't know if you can hear the scratches. The sock is so good at blocking out noise. Loopy Lane, you ask if I have any views on SGI practices. SGI, super good intuition. That's what it stands for, right? Or selective gastric indigestion. I don't know. Just making things up at this point. Dear Kev, you ask a very heartbreaking question. What is happening with the tragedy of children shootings more and more in the United States? This is a very dark experience that unfortunately is becoming more common. What could compel someone to do such horrible thing? That they would wish to take out their anger on some of the most vulnerable people in our society, on children and teachers too. They must be terribly mentally ill to do such a horrific thing, because no one with a healthy mind would ever conceive of doing something like that. This means that we must invest in mental health, because no one deserves to feel so misunderstood. The only way to feel like your pain is understood is by inflicting such pain on others. So we need to pay attention to those whom are not expressing themselves, to the underdog. It's a bit of a meme that it's the quiet kids that are at the most dangerous. But there's a lot of truth to that, because if we are not extending our love to everyone, then who knows what could be going on in the minds of those that are staying away from that. We can never force connection, force love, but we can include absolutely everyone so that no one feels left out. Dear Biggie, you ask a very good question, which is, are these people evil, and is evil a thing? I am going to say with absolute mindfulness of the suffering that these people have brought, that nobody is evil. Because if it's a problem of evil, then there's nothing we can do about it. But if it's a problem of people who are misunderstood, struggling with their mental health, then we are empowered to see them as worthy of change. It is clear that these are deeply traumatized people, because Only someone who's experienced such trauma would wish to traumatize others. And that is part of our shadow self, that we have to look within and introspect, that every one of us is capable of inflicting harm on others, but we choose not to. Unfortunately, some people do not make that decision. Do not hurt others. But we could make it readily apparent for those who are suffering that there is alternative choices. Because in a way it's like this. If we are under immense suffering and pain, most of the time it's the matter of just feeling like you're not alone. Like with a romantic partner. I have certainly learned this lesson the hard way, that if someone in your life is suffering, sometimes all they really need is for someone to understand that they're suffering. And I've made the mistake of trying to solve all their problems when all they wanted was to be understood. It's amazing how far understanding can go. That we, more often than not, do not need to solve the problems of others or even heal each other's traumas. We just need to let them know that they're not alone, that we empathize with what we've gone through, and you are allowed to feel the way you are given your circumstance. But that these feelings don't define you. No matter the burdens that may torment your mind, there is another way of experiencing understanding other than having those around you suffer to the same extent. It's a barbaric and incredibly selfish way of feeling less alone by making those around you suffer to the same extent. Then you feel, okay, others have gone through pain as I have, therefore my pain is justified. But this is no way in which we should be handling our pain, obviously. It's just that an alternative doesn't come to some people's minds. And so we have to make it readily available that there are ways of finding community without bringing everyone else down to the same level. Instead, we can rise to the level of others, and then we find ourselves having gone through suffering, but using the empathy and love and our vulnerability in a shared manner, we climb higher out of this darkness instead of dragging everyone down into our despair. This means that we must live as a society where everyone has a chance of being brought up to the same level of happiness that we have. Which means that individually, whenever each of us are happy, we ask ourselves, who also deserves to feel that happiness? Just as whenever we are sad, we ask ourselves, who also has felt this way or deserves to feel another way? If we make our society an inclusive one at the emotional level, we can begin to balance these things. Hello, dear Sauce. Dear Jayla, you had asked, was I raised with this way of living in the mindset of positivity? From my mother, absolutely. My father has been known to be a bit of a pessimist his life, but I don't hold that against him. And at the present moment, he's actually making great strides to be a more optimistic person. And as his son, I'm so proud of him. Proud to be the son of someone who's capable of such change. But the truth is that while growing up, you know, my mother would see the glass half full usually, and my father would see it half empty. And maybe when I was really young, I was like my mother in that I was positive. But for a big part of my childhood and teenager years, and only until maybe in the last year, I was a very negative person. And so it was only relatively recently that the power of positivity dawned on me. Because I had thought that the reality of the world is that it's a negative place, and that positivity was just putting a band-aid on, you know, an open wound. But that kind of positivity is not the kind of positivity that I came into contact with last year. There's another kind of positivity. One that fully accepts the reality of suffering without ignoring anyone's pain, but also sees what's possible. And I think that's the kind of positivity that we need, is that we need to be aware of the negative, but perceive in that negativity the next step forward, because the path must accommodate where we are now. There's a way of looking at the world and getting afraid at every headline, and retreating into our room and feeling like this world is getting a darker and darker place. And there is a totally different way of reading the very same headlines, understanding the darkness that's happening, and yet feeling inspired. Because you recognize that at a deep level, us humans are built to make the world a better place, and there is room for progress. On a spiritual level, we are not here to enjoy a peaceful world. This world is here to enjoy the peace that we bring it as souls. Because the highest nature revealed by great masters and ancient scriptures of us is that ultimately we are already blissful. We don't believe it because we believe that we're the mind and body that suffers. But there's a part of you, not just any part, a very real and empowered part of you that can bring change to this world through your own innate peacefulness. There is a deep, unbroken, and ancient happiness within you. We just have to exercise that to externalize it. Because right now it's like Haranya Garbha, like a golden egg. It has yet to hatch, but it's there. Thank you, dear Swimlight, for the rose you sent to. Ariom Tatsat. And dear Ragnhildar, thank you for your swan. Hare Krishna. It's very beautiful. Hello, the only S. Dear Sue, you share that our discussion reminds you of Buddhism. That is something I respect very deeply about the Buddhists, is that suffering is a truth of existence that they acknowledge. In fact, that's the most central tenet of Buddhism. There are Buddhist scriptures that elaborate on many parts of our existence, but like how the Bible can, for example, be distilled to maybe 10 commandments as the essence of what it means to live a virtuous life. In Buddhism also, there's the Four Noble Truths, which capture the essence of all of Buddhism. And the very first, the primordial truth, is that there is suffering. And there's no hiding that. There's no sweeping it under a rug. That's the first acknowledgement that every Buddhist makes. There is suffering. Because the Buddhists say that we all have different experiences, especially spiritually. Some of us have experienced a kind of divinity. Others of us have not yet. But something we've all experienced is the reality of suffering, and therefore that's a good place to start. So it's a religion built around an acknowledgement that suffering is a truth that we've all experienced. So how do we address that? And then other noble truths go into that too. Second noble truth is that the suffering is not random, it has a cause. There is a cause of suffering. It is a symptom of some other cause. Third noble truth is that that cause also has an end. There is a remedy. There is an end to suffering. And the fourth noble truth is that there is a path which leads you from the cause of suffering to the end of suffering. They're not detached. Something binds them. There is a connection available for everyone. And what is that path? That's the Noble Eightfold Path, which all starts with having the right view, which just means that our perspective is what needs to change. That is all. Everything else changes once we just change this one thing, our perspective. Thank you, dear grateful human, for your tiny. Yippee! I like that, dear Chloe. Suffering, universal. The cause of suffering is to control things. This is a subtle point, and you're absolutely right. I believe the words of the Buddha are clinging, which is a kind of sense of control. What do we cling to? Our attachments. What are our attachments? They're misidentifications of something that is impermanent, but we believe is or should be or could be. Like if we are attached to the pleasure that is gained from an addiction, somehow the logic doesn't sound. We believe that there is permanent joy found in, let's say, a substance like nicotine, very common addictive substance in cigarettes, tobacco, vaping products. But yet we are unready to accept that no matter how many puffs of a vape or cigarette we take, that it's only a temporary and fleeting joy, when really we're after a kind of permanent peace. But we've misattributed this temporary experience for what we're longing for in a permanent sense. Thus we cling to an illusory perception of happiness. It may be easy to see the truth in that, but there are ways that we do it which is more subtle and socially acceptable. If we become more aware of all of our attachments, and not all attachments are negative, because not all attachments are material. It's just the temporary things that ultimately bring us suffering when we prescribe them some permanent residency in our life. We can become free just by taking the step to include them in our awareness. Thank you, dear Michelle, for your friendship necklace, your rosa, and your whipped coffee. Hari Om Tat Sat. Like love, dear Mama Angel Cindy. Love is a great example because it can be used in a material sense, but also a spiritual sense. In the material sense, it becomes an extraction of joy from another human being. And at that point, it shouldn't be called love, but yet there's many aspects of that which we still call as love, though we shouldn't. Like, for example, making love is more often than not used in a sense of just having a pleasurable experience from someone, whereas true love is more spiritual, and it does not end when the person dies or if they break up with us. True love is unending because we know that what we share with someone has no beginning, has no end. Our coexistence is eternal. It's just that the manner of our relationship does change. And sometimes we may love each other without knowing. From one life into the next, we may love each other in the form of siblings, and in the next we may love each other as a high school sweetheart. But no matter what, we have reservations for that being in an unconditional form. And that kind of love is enduring. You're not the stand user. Thank you for your heart, me, and team bracelet and finger heart. Radhe Radhe. Dear P-Flomatics, thank you for your quartet of roses too. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Dear Sovereign, you share that. You hate the concept of twin flames. So there is a lot of people. Some people will work, some people won't, you share. And your twin flame, you hope, is torn from your being. Don't worry. The original usage of this term is highly agreed upon. Our twin flames actually have nothing to do with another person. They're forces that exist within each of us. They're known as Shiva and Shakti. Shiva means the flame that flows inward, the indwelling consciousness. And Shakti means the flame that flows outward, the radiating energy. These are archetypal representations of everything we do and are. Shiva is our beingness. Shiva is our meditation. Shiva is our contemplation. Shiva is our introspection. Shiva is our bliss. Shiva is the flame of conscious illumination. Shakti is the flame of expression, of dance, of love. Shakti radiates energy. She represents all of our doing. These are our twin flames. Ideally, they are meant to be married within each of us, which means that we see them as expressions of one. They become equalized, that our Shiva and Shakti are in harmony. However, most of us have an imbalance in this. We are more like Shiva, in that we've withdrawn from the world, but have trouble with our Shakti, have trouble with our energy, with doing things in this world. Even though we might be so resolved from within, understand our highest nature on the inside, yet we are fatigued in the world, we might be introverted. So there's a trouble with our Shakti. There's a Shakti dysfunction. You can't get the energy up. Others of us, we are excellent representatives of that Shakti, constantly engaged in doing things, people pleasing. From the moment we wake up, it's like we're on and we never give ourselves time for rest. We have trouble with our Shiva. We have trouble going within and seeing all the tenderness that has been left inside. So, one way which is very powerful is through yoga. Through yoga literally means union, the union of Shiva and Shakti. Through yoga, we bring these things in balance. For those that don't have time for yoga, we seek a partner. And the ideal partner is one who is just as much Shiva as you are Shakti, and just as much Shakti as you are Shiva. It's like a cheat code. So the two of you together, oh, your energies are balanced. But when you're separate as individuals, oh no. So we might poetically call another person our twin flame, but it's mere poetry, because actually we have a set of twin flames within us. They have a set of twin flames within them. And ultimately, it's our duty to marry our twin flames within. And it's their duty to marry their twin flames within. That is the most readily available form of marrying our twin flames for other people. But the yogic path is one that involves just you, only you, where we take the Shiva, we take the Shakti, we say, hi, nice to meet you, greet each other, introduce each other, and then we let them get to work inside. And that's the path of the yogi. That's the path of the renunciant. And then it doesn't matter who you're with, because you're already in balance. At that point, everyone comes to you for balancing. That's when there becomes less of a need for romantic interest, because you've already done that. You've experienced the romance eternally from the inside now. You are already in romantic union with your twin flames. What need is there anyone else getting involved with that? You've already done that. Just by yourself. Thank you, dear Jay, for your whipped coffee too. Ram Ram and dear Anna, thank you for your music play. Hare Krishna and Jay. Yes, thank you, dear Jay, for that whipped coffee. And Angela, thank you for your pumpkin spice latte. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hybrid, you're wondering what my tattoo means. Oh, did you catch... Wait, where is it? Is that what you're talking about? My 3 lines? This is very symbolic. See, this line represents that my green Sharpie was working. This line represents that my black Sharpie was working. And this line represents that my other green Sharpie, did I say Shakti? was working. And the one that you can't see represents that my blue Sharpie is not working. Thank you, dear Dove Darker, for your heartmate. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Theo, thank you for your heartmate. Hari Om Tat Sat. But we may imprint many things on our skins. Our mind may be imprinted too. But let us tattoo words of wisdom on our heart so that we never go a moment without truth. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your trio of fires. Agni mire purohitam yajnasya devam rtvijam. That's one of the oldest sentences in the world. The first line, yajnasya devam rtvijam. That's one of the oldest sentences in the world. The first line. Now my internet disconnected me for a second. I hope that it has returned. If it has returned, please let me know so that I may be connected with you. I'm back. Dear grateful human, thank you for your pair of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Deanna, thank you for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Jai Sitaram. Yes, I was saying that's the first line of the first verse of the first mandalam of the first kanda of the first Vedas, which are the first of the revelations in human history. Needless to say, it's one of the oldest lines we know. Agni mire purohitam yajnasya devam ritvijam. That means I pay homage to fire as the mendicant of sacrifice, intermediary between us humans and the gods. Fire has been seen since ancient times as having a purifying aspect. I mean, it's very interesting. It's neither solid, liquid, nor gas. It is plasma, and through which all things are brought to ash. Fires have a role in our ceremonies, stretching back as far as time can tell. Fire gave rise to the first unique individual expressions of existence, our stars. Before that, everything was just formless gas in the form of hydrogen, helium, trace amounts of lithium, and maybe primordial black holes, but who knows? Still to this day, we carry the Olympic torch to light one of the biggest ceremonies that our world still performs together in the Olympics. I recommend to everyone struggling with something that they wish to let go of to write something in fire. Well, write something on paper and then throw it into the fire. Thank you, dear angel, for your heart me and team bracelet. Som Somaya Namaha. And thank you, dear Jen, for your octet of roses. Hare Krishna. And grateful human, thank you for your pair of fires. Jaya Sitaram. Thank you, dear Jay. My mother is feeling a little better today. Fortunately, she did go to the hospital because past few days she's been too stubborn. Yeah, some mothers are like that. She would rather be at home helping around the house, suffering, than get the help she needs. So she went to the hospital, got some tests done, and hopefully the results will come back soon. Dear Ahmed, you share that although people around you tell you that you're a good person and all, you can't really believe it. I don't blame you. Because it's not up to others. It's up to us to find our innate goodness. And our goodness does not come based on a track record of good versus bad deeds. It comes on your possibility to be kind now. If you make this world a better place for those around you, then you are fulfilling your dharma, your duty. But if you feel like there's always more that you could have done, then you are especially good, because that means you have humility. But humility must also come with some self-acceptance, as there's no room for self-punishment on that path. Knowing how much more you could have done should not be a burden. In fact, it should be an inspiration for us to continue learning how we can be even better servants of our universe. Then it doesn't matter if someone calls you good or bad. What matters is that you see what's possible for you in this moment. And that's enough. Mama Angel Cindy, you ask, what's making my mother sick? We're not sure at the moment. I am sure that she would prefer that I respect her privacy and not go into too much detail, but she's been having some anemic episodes, really severe anemia. It is not so uncommon that when my mother gets a blood test, the doctors ask how she is alive, because her ferritin levels, her iron, is always way lower than what should even be possible. And of course, it doesn't help that being born a woman, that we lose so much iron in the form of our menstrual cycles every month. And especially if one has rather intense flow, then the anemia is only intensified. But my mother, and myself included, are very optimistic, and anything I can do to help her is an honor. Having the chance to be able to take care in some way of someone who's taken so much care of me for my whole life is, as I said, it's an honor. But she's feeling a little better today. Thank you for everyone's well wishes, and do care to keep her in mind. Our mothers hold a sacred spot in our spiritual life, because it is through them, of course, that our physicality is made to express one's soul, and she carries the force of creation. That is no easy task, and quite the responsibility to bear. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your trio of roses and your lock and key. Namah Shakti Shivaya. But I'm probably making it sound a lot more dramatic than it is. She's up and about, walking around the house and stuff, so it's not like she's bedridden or anything at the moment, but she's been in dire need of some good naps lately, which I don't blame her. And some responsibilities around the house can certainly be taken up by myself and my sister. You're funny, Sky Guardian. You're a pro at over-dramatizing things. Hey, we do it best as humans. I think I can safely say that humans are really good at storytelling. We might not be so good at a lot of things, like arithmetic, or getting along with one another. but we write a good story. Yes, of course, I naturally accept that whenever I bring up my mother's anemias, because the kind souls are here that can empathize. They may share things that work for them. I hope to convey to you that my mother is well aware of various kinds of remedies. Unfortunately, it's her journey that she's struggling at a level that not a lot of various means can even come close to helping. You know, she's taken iron pills her whole life, even gone to compounding pharmacies to get it in every way, shape, or form that would help with absorption, get that vitamin C and all other combinations of vitamin that don't compete for iron in the body, make sure her hemoglobin is up, getting the right kind of diet, trying not to eat food. Almost everything that can be done, my mother has done. So that is why we need some medical professionals in her life at this moment. But I'm deeply grateful that many of you can empathize. Thank you, dear Auchi, for your pair of roses. Ariom Tatsat, and dear Hydra, thank you for your heart, me too. I like that, the old 89. It'll be alright in the end, and if it's not alright, it's not the end. I like that. Dear Teddy, you ask a good question. What is the worst self-induced illness in humans? Doubt. When one doubts oneself, the moment we do not believe that we are capable, is also the moment that we stop trying. All good that comes from ourself can only come when one is free of doubt, i.e., when one has full faith in our ability to induce change with respect to natural laws and limitations. As Sri Krishna aptly puts it in his Bhagavad Gita, for the doubtful, there is no happiness in this life or the next. Therefore, O Arjuna, whom he was speaking to, cut this doubt asunder. And thank you, dear Gulay, for your rose. Hare Krishna. Loopy Lane, you doubt that doubt isn't an illness? That doubt is an illness? Aha. Of course it is. It is the illness of all illnesses. You might say, just because it doesn't show up on a test, doesn't make it an illness. It's not a medical one, I'll give you that. But it is a spiritual one. Absolutely. Illness can affect our body, it can affect our mind, and it can affect our spirit. Doubt is the highest kind of illness, a spiritual one. John F share some Devanagari. Sa vidya ya vimuktaye. Well, I think Sa is a pronoun, Vidya is knowledge, Ya is that a possessive pronoun? I forget. Vimuktaye. Well, I know mukta is liberation. V is a prefix that means like the essential, or even what is beyond. Vimukta. What is essential to liberation or beyond. And I think it's in a dative form. So I'm not entirely sure what the Sanskrit of your saying is, but it's very beautiful. And thank you for your healing prayer, dear hippie heart. And thank you, John F., for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Talkintan, you ask about moksha. Yes. Moksha is the nominal form of the verb to liberate, to free. It means freedom or liberation in Sanskrit. In Hindi, you get the word mukti. Freedom from what? Or freedom to what? The freedom from suffering and the freedom to express one's higher self. That is the highest goal in, as a drunken monkey puts it, the Sanatana Dharma. In the eternal spirituality that has arisen in the East. Our spiritual transcendence is ultimately the highest goal in life. What are we transcending but our identification with the material? For as long as we live thinking that we are this person in this society, at this time, with these parents, with this body, with these traumas, with this mind, with these thoughts, then we've encapsulated ourself according to this limited identity. And we feel that all resources should be spent to take care of this person in this society, in this body, with these traumas, in this mind, these thoughts, etc. And then we feel like we have to extract something from this life to be happy. Whereas life should be about expression. The expression of joy, not extraction. We have nothing to get from this world. Only everything to give. Everything to surrender. To that self that you are, and that very same self that we all are. Our self, that conscious witness, the cosmic pervader, Paramatma, at one within all, seeing ourselves in this higher light as part of this greater whole. We realize our true nature as separate from suffering but inseparable from love. And we behave in this manner, and the truth becomes reflected in our actions. Thank you, Gule, for the rose you sent too. Dear Ahmed, you ask from depression, if you can ask. You are welcome to ask a question concerning depression. If there is a comment before that or a comment after that, please let me know. But depression, I think, is... And I don't mean to mystify one's genuine experience of suffering, but sincerely, I mean this, that depression is often the beginning of a beautiful spiritual journey. Because it's the start of vairagya, it's dispassion towards worldly things. And so we withdraw from this world and we make a bit of a cocoon for ourselves. And that cocoon isn't a physical one made of whatever substance caterpillars use to protect themselves. It can be a verbal one, by creating distance with other people through our words. It can be a situational one, in which we bury ourselves in the pillows and blankets of our room. And it can be a intellectual one, where we only have an awareness for what's immediately important to us, and we stay away from anything that is less of a priority. Is the cocoon the ego? Asks Teddy. I like the analogy that could exist there between the ego and the cocoon. That wasn't exactly where I was headed with this, but we could certainly find a way to make that work too. No, this cocoon is a kind of space that we create between ourselves and others, which can certainly arise in the form of individualism, which is of the form of the ego. But more generally, it's a withdrawal from this world. And if we allow ourselves that withdrawal, there can be a beautiful discovery take place. If we are willing to really dive deep into our own darkness. When it is daytime and the sun is blazing, we don't see the light of the stars. They're still there. They are just washed out by the light of the sun. So too, when we are surrounded by the blinding experience of worldly life, sometimes we need to withdraw from it, from our friends, from our families, from our school, from our job, so that we uncover the light of something much more subtle, just like the stars, but rather than above, we find them within. But this withdrawal is a temporary one, and the ultimate goal isn't to become indifferent to the world. It's only part of the process, and eventually we emerge with that inner light blazing just like that sun. See, the stars are just like our sun. They only appear dim only because they're so far away. And our inner light, our joy, our peace, our bliss, that appears dim for the very same reason. It's because we have created such separation between ourselves and that light that we need to go closer and bring it back to our present moment, because we have surely lost it in our imaginations of the future or our memories of the past. Like diving deep into the recesses of our mind to find the pieces of ourself and put them back together so that we may see them as one. Yes, freedom from depression is not only possible, it's inevitable if you give yourself enough time. Thank you, dear Gole, for another rose. And Miss Blaze, thank you for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Miss Blaze, you so kindly ask for me to enlighten you and teach you how to find peace in life. You wish for me to grant you with my knowledge. You are very kind. But all the light that has to be found is not of mine, but of yours. Actually, it is of mine, it's of ours, because it's all shared. But we all have an individual access point within. And all teaching ultimately arises from our own experience. If there is truth in my experience to you, it's only because you are able to relate in it. And you found it true to you. Peace is... I have to say this analogy again because it came to me a few days ago and I just love it. It's the analogy of a magic teapot. You are a magic teapot. What's so magic about this teapot? It's such that no matter how much you pour, there's always more in it. So it's very good for very large banquets, because all you need is one teapot. And you pour the first gas, the second, the third, the fourth, the sixth, the seventh. You can really cut down on your expenses by having a magic teapot. But if I simply handed a teapot to you, told you it was magic in this way, you wouldn't believe me, because it looks just like any other teapot. What's magic about it can only be discovered as you continue to pour from it. Until you pour from it, you might not even believe that there's any tea inside. Yeah, that's right, Kev. It comes with a package deal and you get a magical Yamsox with this magic teapot. As soon as that tea starts flowing, then you believe that there must be some in it at least. Okay, so I wasn't lying about it containing tea at least. But still, that doesn't prove that it's infinite. So you pour another cup. Clearly, there's enough for 2 cups in there. You pour a third, a fourth, and a fifth. You go, wow, this teapot must have at least been very full, because it was capable of pouring this many cups of tea. But maybe now it's empty, so you pour another cup. Still something in it. Maybe there's some trickery, an optical illusion. Maybe it's somehow just a little bit bigger on the inside than it appears on the outside. So you keep pouring the 7th cup, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th. You start to think, wow, this is a pretty magic teapot. But maybe it's not infinite, it's just very big. Maybe it runs out after the 100th. You just don't know. The only way to know is to have trust that after you pour the 100th cup, that there's more for you to pour. But maybe you get scared. Maybe you get scared that it's empty. And you don't want to be disillusioned, so you refrain from pouring the 101st cup. You think, if it has run out, I don't even want to know. So we stop pouring with fear that we are wrong. But with trust, our hand reaches out once more and pours another cup. And another. And another. And at no point have you guaranteed this to be infinite. But at some point, you just don't care anymore. And you pour and you pour and you pour. And by the millionth, by the billionth, by the trillionth, you think it is much more likely that this teapot is infinite than it just having enough for 1,000,000,001 and no more. That is the same for our heart. Ever since we are young, our guardians in life told us of just how much love is within, but we didn't believe it. It's only when we started pouring from our heart that we realized there must be something in it. And as we grew up, we poured and poured and poured from it. But then we got scared. Maybe it's not infinite. Maybe it only has enough to give love to 100 people and not 101. So we refrained from opening up again. Maybe there was someone in our life that took that teapot out of our hands and had poured that teapot into its own mouth and drank from it, and we got so scared that we'd never be able to use that teapot again and give tea to anyone else. And so we've sheltered it the moment that we got it back, and we are very scared to pour another cup. In the same way, we are afraid to keep our heart open because we know what it's like to have been vulnerable, and we still have yet to trust that there's enough love in there to continue to give. But the only way to gain that trust, continue to open up. But I'm not saying you have to give that tea to everyone. Some people can pour their own damn tea. But for everyone, that you know you need to give that love to, which is most people. We can allow ourselves the vulnerability to give, and eventually we discover how infinite our heart truly is. Where does the peace come in? Actually, peace was there the whole time, in the teapot. Just that we didn't believe it was there. The only way we can believe that we have that peace already by sharing it with others. And eventually that fear that we will run out of peace gets thinner and thinner. And we can almost see into our heart and recognize just how much peace has always been there. Into our heart and recognize just how much peace has always been there. Om Baram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your quintet of roses. Radhe Krishna. Hello, dear Jane Jane. Can I pray for you? Of course. You could use some good energy right now, and mine is great. Well, I'd be honored to share another cup of tea with you. May we pray that goodness is always available to you, wherever and whenever you are. Just as we pray for everyone here to have an equal possibility of that goodness. May we bring our awareness not just to this community, but to communities all around the world, without expectation of them ever knowing, that we keep them in our hearts and minds, so that the universe knows that they are considered eligible for goodness always. And that is our opinion. Namaste, dear Jane Jane. In a vision, thank you for another rose. 'Tis never expected, but humbling always. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, dear Gule, for another rose from you too. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'm happy this is a space in which you find resonance, dear Kev. And so it is. Om, peace, amen. Thank you, dear Loopy Lane, for the cake you shared. Let this be a cake for all of us, as not a birthday, but a birth moment. See, we celebrate our birthday every year because on that day, every year, we were born. Though it may not be the same day today that we were born, it is the same moment, isn't it? So happy birth moment, everyone. And thank you, dear Deanna, for your tiny tiny. Yahoo! Thank you for your hydration reminder, dear Loopy Lane. I do have a water bottle near me at the moment. And what is this? This is my cheat sheet on Star Wars Day, on May the 4th. And I was doing a Star Wars themed live stream. I forgot about this. Through mindfulness, we connect to the Force. Thank you for finding safety in this space, dear Miss Blaze. It can be chaotic at times. And I look forward to that time as well. When is my birthday, dear Pesto? It is on the 1st of October. Hello, dear Aiku Saule. Dear Ahmed, yes, you may ask me if I can teach you a prayer that you can use daily as it might help with your depression. Let's make one specifically for you. So I may ask if you feel comfortable sharing, or as can be expressed in a TikTok comment. What is one aspect of depression that you would like to maybe understand better, or befriend, uplift, or even appreciate? Could be anything from a single word to a pattern pattern in your life, something you notice, your awareness could be brought to. Your Hypergen, you shared that your daughter is going to be 14 near my birthday too. The 6th of October is beautiful. October babies represent. I'm happy many of you remember the May 4th live stream. I'm very grateful for you, dear Jane. Thank you, Miss Blazy, for your hand hearts still. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Bunch of goofy goobers. Absolutely. Good night, dear Miss Blaze. Arnanjik, you share anxiety is something you would like to get more in touch with. Procrastination maybe, shares Cav. Ahmed, you share you're good with anything. And your birthday is the day that splits the year into 2 even pieces. Oh, how lovely. That would be the first of the 6th month, I guess. Or maybe, yeah. Well, it depends on if the 6 months add up to perfectly half of 365. Very fun you are. You must be born on some equinox then. Or very near to one. It's the 30th of June. Yes. How fun. So how can we pray to better attend to our depression every day? We start by saying, thank you, O body, for giving me something to love. Thank you, O mind, for giving me a challenge so that I may discover how much love is inside me. And we say to the universe, O universe, or if you want to personify that, according to an Ishta Deva, a personal form of the divine, you could say, O Lord, O Mother of Mothers, O Divinity Supreme, may you allow me the space to discover myself. Amen. Thank you, dear Born by Lightning, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. And Innovision, thank you for your disco love. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. You're very welcome, dear Ahmed. Welcome, subliminal propaganda music. And I like what Bubble shared. Hi, depression. Come in for some tea. Stay as long as you want, because you don't bother me. How sweet. Dear Flower, you shared that you've been feeling overwhelmed with work lately, holding emotions in. You just burst into tears today. That's a very good thing. Not the being overwhelmed, but the tears. Oh, what a release that is. I hope that you found a lot of relief in being able to just get it out, express how you've been feeling. Dear Doom Knight, you ask, do I think wanting to become a monk is a form of escapism? It can be for many people, until they're met with a hard reality that a monk life is not an easy life at all. And monks are fundamentally servants to society. So you run out of the city, hoping to go to some monastery in the hills, and you meet a teacher, and the teacher says, great, I'm sending you back in to go beg for alms food or to help with this project in the city that needs volunteers. You need to be teaching the Dharma to others. And you go, oh teacher, can't you just let me stay in the monastery and be in the garden? And the answer is no. Yes, as Arjuna asks Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, he asks, is it not better to forsake worldly life and just meditate on truth away from the drama of society? Or is it better to stay in the world, be involved, but inwardly be renounced? And he's kind of answered his own question there. But Krishna just adds some clarification that both are valid. Ultimately, it's your right if you want to walk away from it all and just live in a cave. But there's no point, especially when that doesn't serve as a very good example for others. So although they may both lead you to the highest truth, by far is it more superior to actually be spiritually mindful whilst leading an ordinary life. He says, truthfully, the only thing that a yogi has to renounce is the attachment to outcome. That is all. True renunciation is not of family. It is not of occupation. In no way is it of responsibility, not of leaving the body, not of leaving our culture. It's just in leaving aside our assumptions about how things should be. That is all we have to let go of. The kinds of results that are positive or negative, and we engage in life fully, simply for the purpose of being involved in the greatest thing, that is this universe. Attending to the suffering, expressing your truth, working for the greater good. This is the spirit of karma yoga. You don't have to be a monk to practice that. It'll lead you to the same place. This is Krishna's opinion. Thank you, dear Scott, for the rose you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And what a concise formulation of Karma Yoga G to Infinity shares. Release what should be, express what is possible. I love that. Dear Not the Stand User, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Danny, hello. You're wondering if I can talk about sacred geometry. You know, I love geometry. I think everything is sacred. We just have to find what is sacred within that which we are experiencing. I don't know much about traditional sacred geometry, but I was playing around with some geometry the other day which felt sacred to me. I was playing around with Devanagari, the script used today to render Sanskrit. And I was thinking about the Shiroreka, which is the term for the line that exists at the top of words written in Devanagari. For example, if I draw the name of one of the forms of the divine here, above my head, if you can see that, Rama, it always has a line over top connecting all the sounds together. That's called the Shiroreka. Beautiful term. But I was thinking, you know, we could do a lot with that line. That could be the top of an upside down word that we could unify at the top. We could write Rama again, but upside down. Let's see if I can do that. We could match the upstrokes with the downstrokes. Ra. There. That's a fun looking piece of geometry now, isn't it? Rama upside down and Rama right side up too. That's fun. I was also playing around with some of the letters of the script which this script evolved from thousands of years ago. For example, might take me a second to write out. In modern times, we'd write the mantra Om Namah Shivaya like this. Om Namah. That means salutations. Salutations. Shivaya. It's gonna get a little cut off, I think. And I just love the look of Devanagari. I think it's one of the most beautiful scripts. In ancient times, this is where it gets really interesting. There wasn't really a symbol like Om in the script of Brahmi. But what we'd do is we'd write the letter O. That's the letter O. And just like that the modern Om has a dot called the Anuswara, Om has it too. And I'll reveal a secret about that in just a moment after I write the other letters too. In Brahmi, this would be Na. And then Ma looks like a fish, because a name for the fish in Sanskrit starts with Ma. And still the Visarga, the expulsion of breath, has always been two dots, representing me and you, the subject and the object, since the breath plays a role of marking the object relative to the subject in Sanskrit. We breathe out, that's called the Visarga. And then let's see if I could remember what Shivaya is. The letter Shah looks like a tent where you might sleep. And then there's a little backwards L at the top, making the sh. Vaya. This looks like a bong, I think. Circle with a line above of it. That's Shivaya. Add an extra line that makes it a extra long vowel. And then Ya is looks like a fish hook, a double-sided fish hook. If that fits on screen. Om Namah Shivaya. I think these letters are just so beautiful to me. I'm very attracted to the geometry of them. But the secret, I said I wanted to reveal a secret. The secret is that if we wanted to stylize the Om at the start, what we can do is we can make 4 copies of that Om and rotate it. And this is where we get the swastika in ancient cultures. Unfortunately, of course, this was misused by the Nazis in World War II. But way before Hitler ever started drawing it in his notebooks, this was the original symbol for Om. Om. It's literally the Brahmi letter O with the Anusvara dot, which makes the M, just rotated on itself to make it stylized, and that's the Om. I thought that was pretty neat, and you still find it in India today and other regions around the world. I think that's some pretty sacred geometry. I'm so grateful that you feel better here, dear flower. Hello, Dimad. You're getting possible tattoo ideas, dear D to infinity. Yes, what did I call you? Did I say dear D to infinity? Thank you, dear, not the stand user, for another rose you sent 2 minutes ago. Ariom Tatsat. And Innovision, thank you for another finger heart. Here's one for you. Hare Krishna. Oh, dear Hypergen, you share that. You painted a spiral for your older son and showed it, and someone said you were a, you know. Yes. You know what's very interesting is that for whatever reason, this Nazi ideology that arose at the beginning of the 20th century, it does have connections to the spiritual meaning of these things, which is weird. For some reason, Adolf Hitler and many of his associates were fascinated by Eastern spirituality and Western spirituality, because they stole many symbols from spiritual traditions, which is weird, because when we generally think about World War II, we don't think about it as a spiritual thing at all. You know? It is the exact opposite of a spiritual experience, you know? Because, of course, through spirituality, it's a practice of peace and bringing more love into the world, which they absolutely did not do. So it is kind of a desecration of these symbols. They should have just come up with something different. Unfortunately, now there's all this negative association with various spiritual symbols. And it's a sign of hatred. It's a sign of prejudice, racism, white nationalism, which there is no room for in the ancient and traditional usage of these spiritual symbols, which sucks because I think they're very beautiful symbols, geometrically speaking. But yes, you made it just for your son, dear Hyperchen, and he's nonverbal, and all you had in mind is what will be cool to look at, and you want to show it. That's very beautiful. It is very cool to look at. I agree. You're welcome to ask something, dear Sean. They should have just worn red hats, shares Kev. Oops, that was out loud. Then everyone who loves wearing red hats, they would go, oh man, but I love wearing red hats. Now I can't do it. So all these associations that we make between ideas and symbols is very powerful of an ability that us humans have to draw these associations. Hello, dear Lilimor. With that power comes great responsibility, of course, and I hope that we associate more and more things with positive ideas and truth and love and all that jazz. Dear Peacefully My Own, you were wondering if I've heard of Spravato treatment for depression. I feel like I've heard that word before, but I'm unfamiliar with what exactly it refers to. Welcome, the letter O. I am sorry that this live stream annoys you, but if you want to be included, you're welcome to be here. I hope that you feel welcome. Otherwise, no expectations. Everyone is welcome to keep scrolling, of course. You're very funny, dear Marcy. I'm not sure if anyone could deny some Pocky, as what a delectable snack that is. I just love munching on little sticks covered in chocolate. Hello, little wing Nico. I like what Anna just said. Everyone here is annoyingly lovely, so please stay. Yes. Lots of love can be overwhelming. That's for sure. Especially when we have our guard up and it requires vulnerability to receive that love. I am well. Thank you for asking, dear little wing Nico. John, your question was, what do I think of souls of Earth being the currencies of a higher being? I think we are forgetting the meaning of the soul then, because it is the higher being. And it cannot be transacted, because that implies it's a commodity. Soul is the subject of life, not an object. It cannot be dealt with in the same manner. We use the term soul informally to mean the essential energy of a being that transcends the body. But this is only a metaphor that we've picked up in our storytelling. The technical definition of a soul is very profound, and that definition is found through sincere spiritual practice and study of scripture. The definition of one's soul is supreme subject. To put it in two words, subject, meaning that which is not an object, and supreme, meaning that which can never be made an object. So what do I mean by subject and object? Like an English class or in any equivalent language class that we take in school, each clause of a sentence must have a subject and an object and some verb that connects them. I say I love you. That makes me the subject, you the object, and love the verb. If I say that dog knows how to walk, the dog is the subject. Knowing is the verb, and how to walk is the object in this case. You'll notice that in everyday language, we become the subject and object interchangeably. I can love you, but you can also love me. Therefore, either one of us can be the object or subject of love. But this notion of a supreme subject is very interesting. It speaks to a nature that can never be made to be the object of a clause. And that is the definition of your being, of consciousness, of spirit, of soul, of awareness. What do I mean by that? I mean that it cannot be seen, it cannot be heard, it cannot be touched. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wet it, wind cannot dry it. A sword cannot pierce it. It cannot be created and cannot be destroyed. When we say all that, we're not actually speaking to any given property. We're trying to allude the listener to this idea that it cannot be the object of any sentence. In other words, that it is the subject of all activity. The witness, the one that is the knower, the one that is the hearer, the seer, etc. Dear Sean, you ask, so how are we so sure that we are the apex of life? Because if our souls are not an object, then that suggests we stand supreme. Good question. I must admit that the word supreme carries this sentiment of being higher than others, but that is not the essence of this word in this context. When I say that our souls are supreme, I'm not talking about some figure of authority, because it's the very same essence that exists in everything, in fellow animals, in plants, even in rocks, in atoms, in stars, in space. Therefore, there is no other that we are authoritative to. It is just that no material existence can define our being, because the material existence is comprised of objects, and we are not. We are the witness of life. It is our role to be aware and to bring that awareness unto all that which needs to be seen, heard, felt, known, etc. But it is not a passive existence. It is a very active one, because it's not just like awareness sits idly. When it very much changes everything in its space, just by being aware of something, that object begins to change. Like how whenever there is a movement in the world that requires, well, awareness, what we do is raise awareness for it. Maybe that means posting on our Instagram stories or talking to our friends. But really, we get the ball moving by bringing our awareness. The highest and truly only power of free will is to be of witness to something. Be of witness to someone's growth, to their suffering, of someone's change that is possible. We bring that awareness. It makes all things possible. Thank you, Mount of Venus, for the coffee magic that you shared a few minutes ago. And a joy bean. That must be what makes the coffee magic. It's got joy beans. Very special kind of coffee bean. Thank you. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 7 roses too. Hare Krishna. And dear Angela, thank you for your rose. Dear Ultra, you share that you've had a rough week. How would you go about letting go of someone you hold extremely close? You don't have to let go. I think that is the biggest myth of moving on. No, your heart will always hold room for them. As long as you keep that space in your heart, then you can let go physically. You may hold them close physically, but that's not a true kind of proximity. True closeness comes by giving them physical space, mental space, bodily space, but we keep them close in our hearts. What that means is that we allow them to find their own happiness, their way of life, their independence. But inwardly, we are always rooting for them. Just on the surface, it may seem from afar, but actually we are one with them because we've shared a connection that cannot be let go of. Our heart signs contracts, as I was saying to dear Talon earlier today. You can never let go of your ex. It's impossible. But what we can do is let our heart continue to grow and include more people. And our love grows and grows and grows and grows, and more people find their way into our heart. We recognize that once love is given, that is a done deal. No way to get that love back. We give selflessly, just like that magic teapot. No matter how much we pour, it's always full, which means you could never get that back in the cup. You pour and pour and pour, but as soon as you bring it right side up, the magic teapot is always filled to the brim. There's no need to somehow get that back in the pot. Once it's given, it's given. We just continue to love more and more, expand our heart, and the pain doesn't bring us down so much because we know how much more is possible. And it's the healing journey that is a painful journey, because our pain is a sign that we have loved and lost, and actually there is no other way. Yes, may the joy of beans be with you always, dear Kev. Thank you, dear Angela, for the rose you sent earlier, and dear Crystal for your pair of roses. Jaya Sitaram. But I am sorry about your rough week, dear Ultra. You are allowed to feel the way you are, and that is very valid. Dear Sean, you ask, but if fictions are real, does it mean these fictional beings, soul or story, are objects to us? That's an excellent question. See, when we use the word soul in a sentence, we do speak of it as an object. Naturally, we have to, in order to bring our attention to it. But this is a matter of wordplay. Yes, there is very much life in the stories we tell, and they are representatives of our soul. However, it is a reflection of what's within, rather than a genuine and external existence separate from us. That whenever we do become aware of a soul, what we see is the reflection of that subject around us. Though this soul can never truly be made as an object, but it can be reflected and expressed indirectly. And that doesn't make the expression or reflection any less real. It's just of a different kind of nature. In the same way, we genuinely learn about ourselves in the form of a body when we look in the mirror, But what we see is a reflection of our body, and our true body is forever untouched by whatever happens in the mirror. Like the story of this person who went to the doctor. He said, "Oh doc, you gotta help me. I keep going in and out of the shower dozens of times every day, but no matter what, I just can't get clean." The doctor is looking at him. He said, "What is wrong?" He said, "I'm always dirty. It doesn't matter what soap I use, what shampoo, body wash. Nowadays, they're using 5, 10 in 1. You got shampoo, conditioner, body, face, laundry detergent, drain cleaner, blinker fluid, all in one. But no matter what I use, doc, I just can't get clean." Doctor's nodding her head. She says, "I understand." "Oh, you do, doc? I'm so grateful. So what's the remedy?" "Well," and the doctor, there's a sink in many doctors' room, goes to the sink, underneath, opens up. "I'm going to give you this prescription." He picks up a bottle of glass cleaner and he hands it to the man. She hands it to the man. He says, "What am I going to do with this? This isn't for skin." Doctor says, "No, it's for the mirror." See, what actually happened is his mirror has been dirty for how long? But every time he stands in front of the dirty mirror, he thinks that I must be unclean. So he showers and he gets out and he's still dirty. What he doesn't recognize is that it wasn't him. It was his mirror. So too, what we perceive in the world is but a reflection of us. And it's the only way in which we can come in contact with us is by that reflection. But it's always indirect. So it is important to refine the reflection itself before we jump to conclusions about our soul, ourself. We have to clean the mirror. And what is the mirror? It is our mind. Clean the mirror. And what is the mirror? It is our mind. Shiva. I hope my connection has returned. It did cut out for a moment. We're back. Thank you, dear Mom Star Nation, for your heart me earlier. Arion Tatsat. And dear Lilimor, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Ultra, thank you for your finger heart. And tiny tiny. Yippee! Good night, dear Deanna. Thank you for being here. Welcome, Crystal. You ask if I have words of wisdom for grief. Well, whether there is any wisdom in these words, I leave that up to you. But in my experience, there's no way around grief. You've got to go through it. I think that was a TikTok audio a few months ago. Can't go over it, can't go under it, can't go around it. Oh no, we've got to go through it. It's the nature with grief too. Grief is not a bad thing. In fact, it is a very good thing. What may have inspired that grief we might call as bad. But the grief itself, the processing of something which we call as bad, that is how we heal. And it is very hard and painful. That is the healing journey. We can't expect to heal from something painful without coming in contact with that pain once or twice or however many times. Like in therapy, it's not like just words of affirmation from your therapist is all you need in order to heal from trauma. At some point, you must dive deep into the wound itself and pull yourself back from the misery of life. With grief, it's a similar story. We experience loss. There's just no set of words that can fix that. But incidentally, it doesn't need to be fixed because that grieving is the process of coming to terms. Grief is an expression of the love that you had stored up for that form which is here no longer. Maybe it is physical. We are grieving over the loss of a loved one. Maybe we are grieving the loss of an occupation at work. Whatever it is, we had designated love for something which we simply are unable to give love to anymore. For you, it's your mom. And how much love is there for our mothers. There's just no word that can describe it. But the good news is that two miracles happen in a mother's life. The first is when from within she brings you into this world. But the second happens not at the beginning of our life, but at the end of hers. What is that second miracle? Our whole life, she prepared us to be the vehicle of her love. At the end of hers, she finally moves in. Renovations are complete. And she becomes born from the world into you. And with that, we all carry our mothers with us. It's just that the physical residence has changed. You want to send a letter to someone. You're grieving because you don't know where they live now, not because they're gone. You just have to find the residence that they now stay at. And all that same love can be delivered. It just might require a different postal system. Now, when our mothers move into our hearts, we don't know how to bring love to that place yet. That grief is the transition of all of our systems of love delivery into the new address. But sooner or later, I think we figure out just how to love again, and also how to receive that love again, just in new and different ways. Imagine that all the mothers in the universe who have left their children, watching them grieve, they're thinking, oh, my baby has always been a goofball. Still doesn't realize how much I love them now. Here they are grieving for my loss when they don't realize I'm right here with them. They're saying, my baby, open your eyes. Can't you see Mother is here? Mother is always there. I thought we did this already. When we played peekaboo, I was trying to show you. Even if it looks like I'm not there, I'm still there. Now we're just playing spiritual peekaboo. Same game. But there will be tears. There will be heartache. And that is absolutely valid. In no way is that unnecessary. It is a beautiful time. Just painfully beautiful. Thank you, don't worry about it, for your heart, me and Rosa. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. Hello, dear Sheila. Kev, thank you for your 7 roses. Om Kurim Kalikai Namaha. I am well, dear Sheila. Thank you for asking. How are you? Dear MJ, thank you for your paper crane too. Ram Ram. This is a very beautiful sentiment, dear all divine maze. Suffer beautifully, with a capital on fully. I like that. You're doing well. I'm happy to hear that, dear Sheila. You thank me for being so uplifting. Thank you for being liftable. It's my honor. Dear Flower, you shared that you asked your cat before she passed to show up in your dreams, and she did multiple times. How beautiful. And hello, Jocelyn. I think it's a good moment to read from another passage of this text. It's a short one. Let's read another of 108 Adages of Wisdom by Master Sheng Yen of the Mahayana Buddhist school of China, known as Chan. Though Buddhism did originate in India, spread all around Asia. Let's read another verse on protecting the spiritual environment. This passage is simply that those who are selfish, self-serving, and insatiable act this way due to feelings of insecurity. And there's a beautiful comic of a person, looks like sitting on their luggage, holding their legs and their arms with a cat, and it says, "I'm so afraid that I will lose everything." And they've put up a pretend person that looks like they're angry, but behind it they are sad. I think that is a good reminder how stigmatized sadness is. Sadness is very relatable, but we feel like we should hide it and put up this guard to protect that vulnerable part. Maybe because that vulnerable part wasn't accepted while we were growing up, perhaps, or maybe because we don't realize just how beautiful of an emotion this fear, the sadness can be, and how relatable it is. Good to remember that of the hurt that comes from others, they are hurting deeply themselves too. Though it doesn't justify their actions, it does allow us to see them as human. That perhaps if we lived their life, we might not be so different. It's a good place to start. Thank you for listening. Dear Crystal, you ask, where did I come from? Oh, from my mother, of course. Dear Rainbowed Mom, thank you for the galaxy you sent. It's not every day that I receive such a humbling gift, and every time that I do, I feel as though I could always use better words to articulate how grateful I am for you, for this community, and the support that is shared amongst each other. As always, not a single rose is expected, but deeply appreciated. Thank you. Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om. That's the Gayatri mantra. It means from the earth, Bhu, from that which is above the earth, Bhuva, to that which is way beyond, Swaha. There we find Tat Savituhu, that sun, Varenyam, worthy of reverence, Bhargo, dissolver of darkness, Devasya, radiant divine, Dhimahi, we meditate upon, Dhiyo, Yona, intellect of ours, Prachodayat, may you enlighten. And what is that sun, Tat Savituhu? Not our physical one, but our spiritual sun. Not seen on earth, Bhu. Not seen in our mind, Bhuva. Not even appearing to our consciousness, Swaha. Only within there is that radiant splendor which radiates outwardly, illuminating our five senses and mind. That cosmic witness, dissolver of our ignorance, may it propel our intellects in the direction of enlightenment. Thank you, Anastasia, for the rose you shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Kev, sweet dreams, and thank you. Oh, no gift is ever expected, dear Crystal, but the greatest gift is the opportunity to be here, and for that I thank you. Dear Ultra, you ask if I could give some advice on getting better with abandonment problems. That is a deep part of ourself. this fear of being alone, being not worth presence of others, somehow that we are forgettable, that any part of us could be left behind. That is a deep and tender wound indeed. You are a miracle. Your existence is divine. If there had been anyone in our life that had not realized it, that says nothing about you and everything about them, they are on their own journey, and unfortunately they were blind, and that has left us feeling like we are invisible, when in reality the blindness is theirs. But putting a blame on them is still not going to be enough for our healing. We have to forgive them for that too. But I can't do that for you. And I can't tell you that you have to do that, because that's for you to decide. But I can affirm to you that forgiveness is one of the most beautiful feelings, because it means clearing the space within ourselves for trust. Trust means that you will never abandon yourself. Trust means that we understand that life has its ups and downs, but you will always be there for you. You are your greatest best friend. You are the soul of the universe, and you can never leave that truth, and that truth can never leave you. That higher self within you that's so sensitive to life is something that we all share, and actually at that level we are one. That spirit of this universe which has been with you since you were young, it might play hide and seek with us, but it can never be separated from you for long. It may feel like we've lost a chance for love, chance to be loved, but that can never happen. And why? Because for that to happen, the impossible would have to have occurred. And that impossibility is that somehow you exist independently from anything in this world. But for as long as your heart is beating, through your veins is the blood of your ancestors. As long as your lungs are breathing is the air of the dinosaurs. Long as you are walking, these legs, these arms, all of our organs as they move, they are comprised of the essence of the stars. There is no way to be separate truly from anything in this universe. But we can lose sense of our own self. And if others were unable to find their self within you, that doesn't mean that you should be unable to find yourself within them. And when that realization occurs, You are never alone. Thank you, Lydia, for your rose a few minutes ago. Shiva Shambho. Strawberry Star Bunny. Thank you for your rose, huh? Thank you for keeping your name. Dum Dargai Namaha. David's mom, thank you for your 20 roses. Very kind of you. Radhe, Radhe. And Viber Zero, thank you for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Hare Krishna. What powerful sentiments are being shared amongst you. Like Rinan, who shared that, I know it's hard to believe at times, but there are hidden allies all around you. Gregor G says, your body is made of a few particles of any god imaginable, if they truly had a body. Anna shares, you are your own angel, and others are yours, just as you are theirs, etc., etc. Much love to you, dear Ultra. I know how much love is already inside you. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for a swan. And like a swan, let us remember, even if we are surrounded by water, we may fear being drowned. But water cannot touch the hydrophobic feathers of a swan as they roll off like beads on a frictionless surface and allow you to soar high above in the skies without being weighed down. Such is why, in Sanskrit, a name for a being who has realized this is a swan, a hansa, or usually by the supreme swan, Paramahansa, as great beings have been named before. Dear Crystal, you share with connecting to our ancestors, if I may speak on that. We have a duty to our ancestors, but not a duty to live life as they expect us to be, and that includes our family. Everyone has a duty to our family, but not to the expectations that they have for us. We can politely refuse their expectations, but serve them by setting boundaries. For example, we have come to the incorrect conclusion that setting boundaries means limiting a person. It means taking something away. But that is only what it feels like to someone who expects you not to set that boundary with them. To them, it feels like you're taking away something that they need, when actually we may be giving them their independence without their realization. It's in that way that we have a duty to our family and our ancestors. We can thank them for continuing this ancestral line for us to experience this world and this body today, now, We can thank them for at least keeping this world in enough of a position to be able to support us. Mind you, they might have caused some conflict along the way, but hey, from some angle, that's also a gift for us to be able to be empowered to make a difference. And with that, we are empowered to end generational trauma. Because suffering is like an organism that goes from one person to another. That suffering can breed with other forms of suffering and create offspring. That suffering can be passed on epigenetically to us too. And it can be given by word of mouth and through action. But what are we going to do with that suffering? We might reject it, but then bear the risk of it passing on, skipping a generation, which can happen. We might give it to someone else and say, no, you have it, and now they have to carry that suffering with them. Or we can allow this pain to be there and transform it into something new. And we can only do so by shedding layers of resistance and seeing the suffering not as an enemy to be destroyed, but a friend to be made. Like a misunderstood human. It has a kind of life to it. Suffering is the essence of something which has yet to arrive. Just like that darkness before which the universe was born. It is the very vehicle for life to arrive. Such is our mother's womb as well. We might think that as long as we are alive in a womb, that this existence of darkness is all we have to experience. And so we might philosophize what's possible at the end of our womb life. We think that perhaps that light at the end of the tunnel is just the end. But how surprised we all are when we come out and realize that it was only the beginning of something much, much more fantastic. So too we exist in the womb of suffering, and it appears that that darkness is all we have. But it is what that can come from that darkness, the light which beginnings follow. Namaste, simples. Namaste, Lilimor. Namaste, Cassie. And thank you, Lilimor, for the rose you sent earlier. Arium Tat Sat. Dear angel, thank you for your heart meal. Om Shrim Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. And Cassie, thank you for your rose and trio of cloud bread. Ram Ram. Dear Amanda, you share that you just got married and you are listening to me together. Honeymoon finished already? You should be having fun. What an honor it is to have that vow. where you get to share a life with someone and be their number one supporter in sickness and in health. Power of devotion, when channeled onto a single point, is very powerful. I wish lots of love to be found between you. Thank you, dear Verity, for the heartbeat that you shared. Hare Krishna. Dear Angela, and hello Violet, I am well, thank you. And Amber Elizabeth, you ask, what color is my aura? Well, I hope all the colors, since I love them equally. And namaste, my Lebanese friend. Angela, you shared that, respectfully speaking, not all parents should be parents. Now, not all parents should be parents, but all children should be children. And no matter the parents of a child, they clearly were meant to be here. I think that is one of the most telltale signs of a life meant to be, is that even if the parents have problems, that if they didn't, then that child wouldn't come here, would it? According to all of the cause and effect coming together, just the right circumstance for the right sperm and ovum to come together and the genetic combination, that child would not be there if it weren't for the parents and the life that they lived. So I say not all parents should be parents, but all children should be children. They are definitely meant to be, no matter what sort of strange loophole they have come into this existence from. And I hope they find motherly and fatherly love in different ways, if it is not given biologically. Hello, Sam Armstrong. Welcome back. Sam Armstrong has been greeting me in this way for years now. And it's very endearing. Dear Crystal, you share that you feel that we are a new generation of ancestors that will help change the future, and I am a part of it. Well, if we keep this idea of reincarnation in mind, then we literally are our ancestors. Which is a fun thought, I think. That we've worked so hard to make the next generation of people more lovely, so that we get to incarnate into a more lovely world next time. You can tell that to all the boomers that are destroying the planet. Hey, if you destroy this planet, then you reincarnate back here. Not just us that's going to have to deal with the consequence. Therefore, you should make it a better place for your next life. See if they listen to that. We'll see. I like that, dear Sovereign. Like pressure on a diamond, so too are we, our ancestors refined. That is a beautiful, beautiful sentence. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, dear Verity, for the subscription that you sent to. I'm honored to walk among you on this journey of life together. Jaya Sitaram. Dear Gregor you ask an interesting question. Does Hindu reincarnation have to be linear in time? Very interesting question. Otherwise, we get the Egg poem by Andy Weir. You reincarnate backwards in time. I'm aware of some stories that have some timey-wimey shenanigans going on. I'm not sure if I know of any backwards time travel in any Hindu mythology. It's out of my experience, but it's certainly possible. There are many Puranas, which are stories that explore the nature of time in a less linear sense. In fact, there's literally a Purana that translates to the history of the future, I think. The history of the future, which is a beautiful term, I think. How about any other dharmic religion? I'm not sure. I think it's possible, but even in spirituality, things would get very messy very quickly. Not just physically, as many physicists have showed us that it's just almost impossible to wrap our minds around how that would affect causality. There is always the possibility, however, of course. Thank you, Rainbolt Mum, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Though we might not be aware of how we may incarnate into the past or future, at least we can take the problems of the past and transform them into something more beautiful today. Dear Violet, thank you for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Ram Ram. Good night, dear Gaia. And yes, if all time really happens at once, you guess the world could appear as any time and still be linear. Very much depends on how we view time. I'm happy you got the Doctor Who reference, dear Angel. Dear Crystal, you ask for book recommendations to be educated. Here, I've got some below you. 1 second, I just have to travel into the netherworld. And that's my workout for today. Alright, these are some great books if you want to be educated. The first is Linear Algebra, A Modern Introduction, 4th edition by David Poole. The second is Differential Equations and Boundary Value Problems, Computing and Modeling, by Edwards, Penny, and Calvis. Oh, this one's great. This one's really good. This one's Elementary Analysis, The Theory of Calculus, 2nd edition by Kenneth A. Ross. And don't forget Nonlinear Differential Equations and Dynamical Systems, 2nd edition by Ferdinand Verhulst. Great books if you want to be educated, but if you want to be enlightened, we put the books down. And write your own. Get yourself a blank journal, one with empty pages. Click a nice pen and see what already exists within you. What story do you have to tell? And what truths lay dormant in our heart that we have yet to bring to the surface? Yes, keep writing in your book of shadows. Have I read those books? Ask G to infinity. Don't ask me that question. Or did I get them just for that joke? Did I spend my college savings on those books just for this joke? You'll never know. Thank you, James, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And Violet, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet and your subscription. I'm honored to be here with you. And I'm always happy to consider new stickers for the sticker pack that comes with it. So do let me know. Very happy to hear that, dear Brian. I once listened to the personal account of someone who went through an ayahuasca ceremony, and one of the funniest words ever spoken happened during that. And it's just one word. And by itself, the word is not funny. But given the context, I think it's the funniest word that I've ever heard. I should add an algebra book sticker. Very funny, Crystal. In an ayahuasca ceremony, it is often conducted by a shaman. This is just what I've heard. I've never had it done myself. But the person was experiencing the effects of, what is it? Dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the most powerful psychedelic substance on the planet, which is the active component of ayahuasca. And, you can imagine, well, you can try to at least, all the kinds of hyper-dimensional spaces that are becoming visible during this experience. And so the person cried out to the shaman, I'm spiraling. It's like the whole world is spinning around me and I'm falling. What do I do? And the shaman said the funny one-word answer, which is don't. Now, if you can imagine this whole world crashing around you, it feels like you're spiraling. The shaman just says, don't. And it just clicked. I think in any other context, that would be terrible advice. But it's like it just made sense to that person. Oh, I don't have to. I can just not do that. You can try it for yourself whenever you feel like you're spiraling. Just imagine a very wise shaman telling you, don't. I like the way you put that. We forget we have control of our reactions. Yes, maybe not what we're reacting to, but the reaction itself. You don't have to be scared. I like that. He was probably thinking, wow, shaman's so wise. Right? Sometimes that's all you need is shaman to tell you, don't. And And then suddenly, wow, why didn't I think of that? Thank you, dear Angela, for your rose too. My Lebanese friend, you ask if I'm alone in my room? No, I have all of you with me. Or do I have a team behind the camera? Maybe in spirit, I can show you. I just have my laptop, my light, and there's my bedroom door beyond. But this gives us a chance to fall into infinite recursion. Ooh. And then the shaman says, don't. And then it stops. Thank you, dear Jade, for the rose you sent too. Arium Tatsat. Just a note on the time, I will wrap up our live stream over the next maybe half hour or so. So just to let you know, it's getting later. Dear Crystal, you ask, what was my moment of realizing I was more than I am? I suppose almost every day that happens to an even greater extent than the day before. Every day there's something, usually multiple things, in which I go, wow. And I awaken to something higher every day. A continuum of opening. One of the more prominent ones was when I was in college, and I had a friend, and we were exploring the nighttime together since we lived on campus. And so we would just wander our campus at nighttime, and we would just have fun getting up to all sorts of shenanigans. We would jump in the fountains when it turned off, explore underneath the campus by finding the unlocked doors, and we would go into the forest to see what was around. We would just have a lot of fun in the middle of the night. And we were frolicking down some path, running together, laughing, goofing, when all of a sudden it hit me. I am the arrow of time. And I have no idea what exactly provoked that, but it was this dawning of time as me. I am the passage of time. I imagined time as like an arrow that gets longer as it moves, a tail that gets infinitely longer, and this arrow of time weaves, well, back and forth through time, making knots, and those knots I imagined were like the atoms in the fabric of space-time. Get it? Fabric? All weave together. I imagine that time as the cosmic thread which weaved together everything in existence. I thought that we are the arrow of time. And when I say I am the arrow of time, I also mean everything else. That arrow is the sole entity which weaves together everything. All the atoms, all the stars. Just one great arrow playing the roles of all other particles and celestial planets at once. That I am the same as you, perhaps separate from space but not in time. And although it may sound abstract, it was a very sudden and jarring thought at that time in the middle of the night. And I had to stop running and told my friend, I just remembered who I am. I am the arrow of time. And at that point in time, we were on the same wavelength, and it just clicked in them too, and they were like, whoa. And we had a lot of fun with that. Thank you, dear Amanda, for the hand hearts you sent. Here's some for you. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. You shall call me your arrow friend. I love that, dear Krista. Thank you. Thank you, Jen, for the whipped coffee too. Radhe, Radhe. And Silent Storm, thank you for your heart meme. Rium Tat Sat. Oh, dear Myra, your presence here has reminded me of the show and tell. You had something to share with us. Isn't that so? I like to do these show and tell sessions where I share something meaningful to you. Myra wants to share us the Fairies dance. This was a very beautiful thing you sent to me, and I wanted to share with you all. Here. Ooh. Fairies. In particle physics, that's called a void. When there's a set of particles all moving along the same vector field in tandem with each other. But fairies are much better terms than voids. I just love the way the light plays as it reflects in these little particles of magic. Oh, the slow-mo shot. Nice. How beautiful is that? Wait for it. Yeah, I love that reaction at the beginning. I was waiting for that. Oh my goodness. How magical. You had written a beautiful description. You'd wanted to share that with us. And to you, this video feels like a reminder that the miracles of everyday life are usually to find in the small things, often hidden to the eye but visible to the heart if we are open for it. And I thought that was very wholesome and absolutely is the kind of thing I love to share here. So thank you for sharing that with us. I'm very grateful for that opportunity. And if anyone else wanted to share something of their own, do check out the link tree in my bio. There's a place for you to drop videos and images, audio files, so that I may use part of this space and time to express something important to you. And I love that addition, Sovereign, the very mystical movements of nature. People think we have somehow figured it out, but you can see this in trees. Indeed. That dynamic of motion, fluid dynamics, big mystery, even in physics. Mathematics, they're one of the Millennium Prize problems is a solution to the Navier-Stokes equations in 3 dimensions, which are equations that define the movement of a fluid in space. And we've solved the equation for 2 dimensions, but in 3D, we still don't fully know how fluids work. We have not solved the Navier-Stokes equations in 3D. So, movement of things in our 3D space is a mystery, and if you solve it, you get $1 million. Very interesting. All right, I would like to slowly wrap up our live stream for tonight. I'd like to begin our conclusion with reflecting back on this question of the day. Today I'm wondering from you all, what could others understand about you better? You know, there was always room for more understanding. I give you the space to express something. Mind you, in everyday life, it's difficult to express our feelings of misunderstanding, but it's important that we allow some space to be heard, be seen. We all carry a piece of this puzzle of the mystery of life. What could others understand about you better? Or even yourself, what could you understand better about yourself? Dear Crystal, you share that others could understand that you are a goddess of light, seeking to be seen by shadows. Oh, how poetic. I will keep that in mind. Gregor G, you share that you are literally just trying to chill. That's all. How hard is it to understand? I'm just trying to chill. Thank you, dear Angela. And Violet, you had asked about coping with grief. We were talking about that a little while ago, and my most important point for you is to know that your grief is a beautiful part of your healing journey, and it is the way itself that we cope with loss. And so I hope you provide ample time and space to do just that, to feel the pain and express it in any way that makes sense to you in that moment. 60th parallel traveler, you share where you come from and where they come from. The loving faraway lands everyone dreams of, full of love. How mystical and magical. Thank you for that. Let us continue to understand this. Dear Brian, you wish you could understand more fully that you have all that you need already. And with that, you sing the tale of our soul. I wish for this as well. Dear Marcus, you wish for others to understand that their perception of you is a reflection of themselves, and your reflection to them is an awareness of yourself. How beautiful. Marcy, you share that you care but don't give a fluff. Specifically, C-A-R-E, care, as an acronym. What does it stand for? You have to tell me, Marcy. Otherwise, I'm just going to guess. That you, cucumber, asparagus, red, elk. Cucumber, asparagus, red, elk. Does it make sense? No. I'm waiting for your answer, dear Marcy. 60th parallel traveler, you share all you gotta do is understand everyone else the way you understand yourself. How beautiful. Dear Cassie, you share that you don't have the same social energy, but that doesn't mean you don't care or love just as much. I like that a lot. Yeah. Sometimes we just feel like that. Even though we might not appear as enthusiastic as those around us, we still resonate just as strongly with it. Dear G to Infinity, you share that you give everyone the benefit of the doubt because understanding each other takes time for you. Absolutely. Dear Jane, you want people to understand that you come from a long line of sassy women and you are no different, and that you're sorry. You're funny. And Violet, you wish others would understand that your kindness is not a weakness. Oh, how powerful. Mira, Myra, Mira, you share that you are very sensitive and you wish more people would be the same to understand it's not a weakness. You said that right after Violet and how much that resonates. How beautiful. And D-Star, you share that your silence is not a weakness too. I love this theme of parts of ourselves that are not weaknesses, like our silence, like our kindness, like our sensitivities. Yeah. Dear Angela, you share that others can understand that you are a caring individual, though it may not seem that way. That is understandable. Dear Alien, you share that you are very painfully empathetic. I hold space for that. Dear Hare Krishna, thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. Yahoo! Do you think if you go way back in previous ages that there was a Krishna avatar of the form of a dinosaur? You know, in the Dash avatar there was the boar, there was a fish, there was a lion. You think there was a dino divinity? Thank you, dear James, for your balloons. Arion Tatsat. Crystal, you share that sounds like Yoshi. It does, doesn't it? Yoshi! Yoshi is a kind of dinosaur too, isn't he? And dear Manda, thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Brahm Bhairvai Namo Namaha. Dear Brian, you clarify. More specifically, you wish you didn't feel the need to see external love before feeling it for yourself. And that's very honest of you. Thank you for sharing. Marcy, coming in clutch with the acronym for CARE, which means holding space for compassion, adoration, respect, and emotional expression. Thank you, dear Marcy. Much love, dear MJ. May you have a good sleep. Thank you, Crystal, for making my acronym better too. Cucumber, asparagus, radish, and elm. Good veggies. Dino Divinity is a hell yeah for you, Gregor G. I'm happy to hear that. And if it ain't reciprocated, dear Marcy, well, heart tattoos on shoulders are very popular. The linguist you are, dear Marcy. You have a way with words. Exactly, Hare Krishna. A tiny, tiny Vishnuji. Wouldn't that be cute? That'd be great for the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the little arms. You could have the 4-armed and 1,000-armed version. Have a little bit more reach that way. Good night, dear Kriston. Thank you for being here. Dear Jane, you also wish people would understand about you that you can only open up when you feel safe. And you know what? I think that is something we all can relate to. In the Angelo Pack, you add that seeking solitude does not mean that you dislike them or that they've upset you. Yeah. So often than not, especially amongst our fellow neurodivergent friends, that sometimes our people battery has just ran out. But that doesn't mean that that's because of who we're with. Going silent, going non-verbal at the function doesn't inherently mean that something bad has happened. We are like Shiva when we go within, and Shakti when we go without. You cannot have Shakti without Shiva, or Shiva without Shakti. Thank you, MJ, for your trio of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And James for your tiny diny. Yahoo! And Ron, thank you for your heartbeat. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. I am lagging a little bit, shares dear Anna. Is it cutting out for some people? I know that I may respond to a comment maybe 30 seconds or more after it's posted. That is often because I'm trying to go through each comment one by one. So we might be having technical difficulties still. Thank you for exploring this question of the day with me, everyone. I've minimized it for now, but you're welcome to continue to think about it and share your thoughts with me. Dear Jane, you share that a few recent friendships ended because you couldn't open up anymore as they made you feel unsafe. That is completely understandable, dear Jane. Our vulnerability is a precious experience that we should offer to those when we are feeling safe. Thank you, dear Cassie. Dear Attica, you share that you have a second world in your dreams, and sometimes it's hard to switch back when awake. I know how you feel. I remember trying to tell my parents about how I have a responsibility to my dreams. They were just confused. But if you think about other animals that sleep most of the day, like cats, they may dream for more of their life than they are awake. Does that mean that they might feel like their dreams are more real because it takes more of their experience? Pardon me. Does that mean that it feels like while they're awake, life is just a dream? It would explain a lot, wouldn't it? No wonder they're always not taking things seriously. Cats feel like this is the dream. I would too. That's funny, Hare Krishna. You know, it's funny how we forget that in the modern age, spiritual teachers, they have to adapt to modern times too. Especially their teachings. You know, I find it funny that you can just email a guru or have a phone call with them. You know, how do you email a guru? What do you say at the start of it, and how do you end it? It really changes the way you think about emails. That, oh, I'm emailing such a divine personality, one that in previous times I'd have to, journey across the desert to find in a hut at the top of a hill. Now I'm just emailing. Incredible. Or when you're listening to a lecture on Advaita Vedanta and you're hearing about all these ancient metaphors, and then the speaker mentions ChatGPT and you're thinking, what? Is that in the scripture? Scripture is talking about ChatGPT. You forget that you're not listening to this timeless story that took place thousands of years ago, but someone who lives the same time as you and I, exploring the nuances of life as we would have back then. Hello, dear Mariham. Many of you relate with the sentiment of responsibility to dreams. I hope this email finds you enlightened. Thanks. That's so funny. Thank you for that, Brian. That's exactly right. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the dozen roses you sent. Jai Sitaram. And Cassie, for your trio of cloud bread, thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Hare Krishna, thank you for your trio of fires and a heart meal. Hari Om Tat Sat. Speaking of great spiritual teachers of our modern times, I would love to read from another passage of Hollywood to the Himalayas as we read from the experience of this Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati to the Himalayas as we read from the experience of this Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati. I hope my connection has returned. I'm happy that it froze before we started reading. Good timing. We're back. Okay. Good. So where did we leave off? We are starting chapter 3. After our dear author has explained about her childhood trauma, specifically concerning eating disorders. So if this subject is sensitive to you, that is a warning, but it is a happy story, and currently she's on her way to India with her, at the time, husband, since he was on a bit of a spiritual journey and she was just there for the ride. This chapter is called Take Off and a Vow. It was September of 1996. You can always come back, my yoga teacher told me. Obvious, perhaps, but it hadn't occurred to me. And now it was only 2 days before our departure, and I was no more convinced about this trip than when Jim, my husband, had first spoken of it. It made no sense. No one is saying you have to stay the full 3 months, he reminded me. You can change your ticket and return early. Tickets issued, bags packed, and a semester off school had rendered 3 months in India inevitable and intractable. Yes, of course, I could come back early. I hadn't registered for the fall semester, but I could still get practicum units. I could get started on planning my research and dissertation. I could continue the volunteer work I was doing at the Family and Children's Services Drug Rehabilitation Center in San Jose, where I rocked heroin babies to sleep while their mothers received addiction counseling. The mere possibility of changing my ticket, though, did bring the breath back into my lungs and loosened the grip of desperation. Jim told me that if he had found a guru, he'd likely want to stay longer and alone. His unspiritual wife would be a burden, and while the idea of wandering through India with Jim was bearable, the notion of doing so alone was not. Our flight to New Delhi via Singapore was scheduled to depart in 2 days, on the morning of the 11th of September, 1996. Or so we thought. Rereading the tickets, we realized that the flight was actually leaving the night of the 10th. Oh my god, I told Jim, that's tomorrow. Anxiety about the trip transformed into frenzied packing, electrolytes, broad-spectrum antibiotics, water purifiers, a blank journal, vaccination cards, and cotton skirts and pants that covered my ankles to respect local custom. I had no more time to think about the rightness or wrongness of the trip. There was barely time to buy locks for our suitcases. I had been many things by that point, but never an aimless wanderer. All travel was purposeful. The best summers of my life were an international teen camp in Lausanne, please forgive me, which is a place in Switzerland where if my mother had known what went on, she'd never have sent me. Despite the directionless decadence of hanging out in cafes, bars, pizzerias, the bonds of friendship have been lifelong, and the depth of interfaith, intercultural love in a world of wars over borders imprinted deeply on my psyche. My trips to the mountains of California and throughout the United States during college vacations were responses to the call of the forest. I felt connected to myself and the universe when lying atop fallen needles beneath towering redwoods. These ancient trees called out to me across freeways, over the tops of malls and office buildings, through the doors of Stanford and my apartment, and reeled my heart in, along with my body. Now here I was, on a plane headed neither to friends nor to my beloved redwoods. I was going to New Delhi, a city I knew teemed with lepers, beggars, mosquitoes, and far too many people. It made no sense. Although I was neither religious nor spiritual, I always had a deep belief that the universe has a plan. I didn't bother myself with who or what the planner was, but I did not believe anything was random. So, as our plane flew over Southeast Asia, I thought, there must be a reason you're on this trip. You just don't know why. Just keep your heart open and you'll come to understand. If you can't stay open, return to California. It'd be stupid to wander around India if you're too afraid to find out why you've gone. So, I vowed then and there to keep my heart open. And that's the end of chapter 3. These are nice bite-sized chapters that we can finish in each reading session. So, thank you for listening. I look forward to see what kind of adventure awaits dear Saraswati. Namaste. And if there's any part of the story that you would like context on, feel free to ask or check out the recordings that I take of these readings and put them in a dedicated playlist on my YouTube channel. Because I certainly don't expect all of you to be here at the right time for the readings. If you are interested in the story, it's there for you. So thank you for listening, everyone. Some more ways of beginning an email to a guru. Greetings, esteemed leader, shares Angela. Brian, you add, attached, please find my limiting beliefs. Yes, along with the email, I've given many attachments. Makes sense. We attach many things to an email and give our attachments to a teacher. You take them. Please find attached my insecurities. Take them. How funny. Thank you for listening, dear Violet. Namaste, Mariham. I would like to end this live stream with a meditation. So if you're interested, please join me in reading. Well, not reading, sorry. Meditating. This will be our final segment. You may have heard of the mantra Om. In fact, if you haven't, I wonder if you've been living under a rock, because it's the most common mantra in the whole world, even if you only know of it through TVs, movies, stereotypical forms of meditation where someone's has a back perfectly straight chanting Om. You might not know, however, that that sound has a sister. There is said to be the sister sound of Om, and that is the mantra I'd like to do with you today. It is I'm. It shares very similar meaning because it starts with what's called the akara, the sound of absolute existence. Ah, and it ends in the makar, the sound of finality. But it takes a slightly different route to get there. Om passes through the ukar, U, which represents pervasive existence, as one continuous happening, whereas I'm passes through the ikara, the sound of relative existence, E, which represents the multiplicity of life, the diversity, how existence is relative to its components that make it up. So whereas Om is a journey through our unity, I'm is a journey through our diversity. So that's what I'd like to chant with you together. And I've given you 3 different forms of transliteration. There's the ancient Brahmi, which looks like a little triangle with a cape and a dot above it. Looks like someone walking in a big winter coat through winter, like a scarf in the wind, and their head's like a dot on top of that. And then there's the more recent Devanagari. And finally, how we might transliterate it in English to the Latin script, that is. And that dot below the M represents that it's actually a little more than just an M sound. It's a nasalization. In fact, it might even sound like an NG sound. We can even keep our lips open. I just have to take my headphones off for topological reasons, which were keeping this mala around my neck. Aim is said to be the bija for Saraswati, the goddess of language and knowledge, of expression of diversity, including music, dance, and art. That clarity of understanding our unity and our diversity is symbolized by spaktika, which is crystal. And so I'll be using a crystal mala for our journey of sound today. Let me just pause our background music and we'll do our meditation. Thank you for chanting or listening along with us. May we come from our absolute point of existence effortlessly on our way through to finality with our relative existence kept in mind as each of our own sense of self could not exist without our relation to each other. Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Namah Karlim Ambitame Shurnim Naditame Hrim Devitame Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. Now we've come to the conclusion of our Saṅgha. Thank you for being here. May you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Well, it's night for me anyway. I'm very lucky to be surrounded by people of all sorts of time zones. Thank you, Dub Darker, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Dear Ryan, you asked, what do I feel this meditation helps with when we concentrate on the meaning of bringing our awareness from what is to what will be through our relationship with each other? Then we are reminded of our collectiveness and we feel less alone, for example. That's the meaning. Physiologically, you may notice, as with any bija mantra, our literal energies, and by that I mean our place of resonance, starts very deep, ascends to our throat, mouth, and into our nasal cavity. Literally, our vibration is going higher and higher. That is why so many bija mantras end in a nasalization. Not because the yogis of yore were so stuffed up all the time. Not that kind of nasalization, but because it's one of the highest places in our body that resonance can be found. And so it carries with it very high vibrations. You notice many instruments actually mirror that sound, like the sitar. Very mystical sound called the anuswara, which means the before sound. Anuswara, the initial sound. Very beautiful. Why here? Why now? Asks period. Because there is no there. There is no then. There is only now and here. Dear Obi, you had asked as we end our Saṅgha, what book would I recommend for starting out with Sanskrit vocabulary? I actually wouldn't recommend a book. I just recommend immersing yourself in discourses which make frequent use of those terms. And naturally, I assure you, you will pick up on them. Otherwise, there are great textbooks like the Cambridge Introduction to Sanskrit that I have used. It's very good. But as with any language, immersing yourself in it is the best way to learn it. It may take longer that way, but you've got eternity. Thank you, the link below, for your 11 rosas. Jaya Sita Ram. And dear James, thank you for your manifesting. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. If there's any part of this live that you would like to listen to again, all of my lives are uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, with the exception of ASMR Sundays, but today was not one of those. The meditations and the readings are there too, clipped in designated playlists, and I've written a program that extracts the audio, transcribes it, parses it, and turns it into a chapter system to click on designated timestamps according to the subjects we go through, down to the minute, so you won't have to mindlessly scroll trying to find, where was it that we talked about this or that or the other? You can just find the relevant place in the description. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma satkamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya murtyurma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness unto light, from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you all for being here. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.